from the Russian Flight Control Team in the Russian Mission Control Center. Today's work is multifaceted, a number of activities throughout the course of the 6-hour, 50-minute spacewalk. The first item to be addressed is the removal of a science experiment called Seismoprognos, which is hardware on the Zvezda service module that has been out for some time, monitoring seismic activity back on Earth. It will be removed and it will be jettisoned aft of the International Space Station's Russian segment in a trajectory that will ensure no possibility of recontact with the orbital outpost. The two cosmonauts then will remove and jettison a high-speed data transmission system stanchion called a monoblock that has been installed and out on the Russian segment of the station for a number of years. A third item to be jettisoned will be a telemetry hardware monoblock or stanchion. So those items no longer needed on board the International Space Station for Russian telemetry and data capability. Those three items to be removed and jettisoned as the first three tasks in today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts will be installing a brand new data transmission radio hardware system, which will provide upgraded and high-speed telemetry capability on activities aboard the Russian segment of the International Space Station. The two cosmonauts then will proceed to remove two experiments, one called the impact experiment, which is a micrometeoroid impact experiment that has been on the outside of the Zvezda service module for some time, and the removal of a cassette container from the service module, which is a material science sample payload that was installed 19 years ago, collecting data on the effect of a low Earth orbit environment on material science samples. The two cosmonauts will make their way all the way back to the very rear of the Zvezda service module to take photos of plume deflectors on the service module thrusters for engineering analysis by experts on the ground at the Russian Mission Control Center. They will take additional photos of the aft end of the service module and the antenna boom at the back end of the service module, upon which is mounted the Lira antenna. It's a large high data rate antenna on Zvezda that provides video and high-speed telemetry capability from the Russian segment. They will also take photos of the exterior of the Russian segment of the station for an experiment, a gamma ray collection experiment that has been on the exterior of the station for some time. They also plan, as their final task today, time permitting, to remove a container of a experiment that's on the Poisk module near the airlock hatch itself. That's called the biorisk experiment that contains biological samples that have been exposed to the environment of space. So all of that activity planned out throughout the course of the day today. We have an animation that puts into more detail all of those tasks in chronological order, so let's take a look at that animation right now.
Russian Spacewalk 59.
They are given the green light to open up the hatch to Poisk to mark the official start of today's spacewalk.
Again, what is the pressure for the suit pressure gauge? 0.38 and 0.39. Okay, so now you may open KS2.
The International Space Station with the Expedition 69 crew is orbiting about 260 statute miles above the southern Indian Ocean, about to begin a southwest to northeasterly track to carry it across the east coast of Australia and out over the Pacific Ocean, orbiting in an inclination of 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. The space station is functioning normally, no issues being worked by the flight control team here in Houston or in the other centers around the world in support of space station operations.
220. Copy.
As you saw in the animation and as we conducted in the rundown of the tasks associated with today's spacewalk, most of the work will be in and around the vicinity of the Zvezda service module, which is approaching the 23rd anniversary of its launch back in July of 2000 on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
Copy. Okay, what is the suit pressure now? 0.38. Copy. So still the same. Good.
Prokopiev and Patelin will be conducting systems checks on their Orlan suits. Again, Prokopiev will be distinguished by the Orlan suit bearing the red stripes today as the EV-1 or extravehicular number 1 crew member, Dmitry Patelin, who Prokopiev launched with along with NASA's Frank Rubio last September, and who will be returning on September 27th to wrap up 371 days in space for that trio. Patelin will be wearing the Orlan suit with the blue stripes today as EV-2 or extravehicular crew member number 2.
All right, we are verifying the injector, turning it off after 5 minutes. Great. So please make sure that the LEDs for the injector are no longer illuminated, and for pneumatic valve, it needs to be in the on position. Okay, and the pressure is about 90. So if the pressure is dropping, you need to put BSS in the open position EVA once you get the notification. And you will proceed for the algorithm. All right, I got the message. Copy. I think we'll get the next one just a little bit later. 70 on the MV. 0.37.
Today's spacewalk by Prokopiev and Patelin is the third spacewalk out of the International Space Station by Expedition 69 crew members in just a bit over 2 weeks. The previous two spacewalks on June 5th, or actually June 9th, I should say, and the 15th, were conducted by Steve Bowen and Woody Hoburg to install the latest in the series of ISS rollout solar arrays on the starboard truss of the International Space Station for the augmenting of power capability for both the 1A and 1B power channels on the International Outpost.
36 on the UDESCA. Copy. 0.36.
The next Russian spacewalk, which will be Russian spacewalk number 60, is now targeted for the early part of August, again by Prokopiev and Patelin. That spacewalk will see them conduct a number of tasks and work in concert with the European robotic arm on the installation of additional hardware and the outfitting of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
And when you are at 20 millimeters in MRM2, please put BSS or line interface unit in position O2 open for EVA, pressure 30. Copy.
The Poisk airlock continues to be depressurized down to vacuum. Everything proceeding on track. The spacewalk scheduled to begin at around 9:20 a.m. Central Time and will be marked through its official start for elapsed time with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module.
And we are at pressure 20. Copy. You see that? Affirmative. All right. We are in O2 open EVA. Copy. Continue depressing down to 12 millimeters. And once you hit 12 on the MV, we'll be closing KSD2. Copy.
Stop.
15. Pressure is 12. Copy. Pressure is 12. I'm closing KSD2. Affirmative.
Prokopiev and Patelin configuring their Orlon suits
Copy.
for
Closing
autonomous
the
power
SO
at this
valve.
point.
The SO valve is closed. The LED is no longer illuminated. Great. What is the current pressure at the start of the leak check? At the start of the leak check? Unintelligible. 30 millimeters. Copy. We'll be standing by for 5 minutes.
And final leak checks now underway on the 2 Orlan suits being worn by the 2 cosmonauts.
Copy.
Once the hatch is opened and the elapsed time clock begins to tick, the first order of business will be for Prokopiev and Patelin to install a protective ring around the hatchway to the Poisk module that will ensure that no micrometeoroid debris hits strike the outer surface of the circumference of the hatch that would cause any issues with the repressurization of the airlock upon the completion of today's spacewalk. Patelin will be first to exit the airlock itself. He will set up some tools and tethers and take outside with him some of the equipment associated with the installation tasks around the Zvezda service module during the course of the spacewalk, as well as the removal of scientific hardware that has been exposed to the elements of space for some time. All quiet here in Mission Control in Houston, as well as on the loops at the moment, as the Russian flight controllers that you see there on this balcony view in the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow stand by for the completion of the depressurization of the Poisk airlock, as well as the final suit leak checks that will be followed by communications checks with Prokopiev and Patelin before they get the go-ahead to open up the hatch to Poisk to mark the official start of today's excursion.
Dima, 5 minutes is up. Sergey, let's verify what is the pressure in MRM2 after the leak check. 11.5. All right, so the delta is less than 2 millimeters. And Dima, you can go to Q card 7, step 11, switching to autonomous independent power supply for the suits. Copy. Q card 7, step 11, and the handle for the heat exchanger we are putting in position hot cold to chill the suits, and on UDSK we see 0.35, 34, 37, 0.37 for the second one, and we are shutting off all power-consuming units and switching to autonomous power. Right, and just start the suits chill. Copy. All right, so you turn off pump power, and then you switch to a primary, and then stand by for the LED notification malvent. Copy. And then you switch to the autonomous power. EV1 is an autonomous power. Dima, how are you? All right. We are on autonomous power. I am on autonomous power as well. So verify that the pumps and fans are on. You are on primary, and
as you can hear from the interpreter, the two Orlan suits now on an internal power, as they will be for the course of today's spacewalk, which is expected to last just under 7 hours in duration.
Unintelligible 2 for EV2. 27 and 2. Okay. And when you transition to autonomous power, it needs to be unintelligible 14. We'll continue. Sounds good. All right. We are shutting off the heat exchanger, tow mode. Verifying the power for the tow heat exchanger. Pressing suit 1 and 2.
Prokopiev and Batelin just about right on the timeline for pre-spacewalk preparations. All is in readiness for them to receive approval from the Russian flight controllers in Korolyov to open the hatch to the Poisk module.
And the EV1 has disconnected the electrical umbilical. Copy. Electrical umbilical for the suits needs to be covered up with the MLI. Copy. Closing them.
The International Space Station is flying over the Coral Sea from southwest to northeast at an altitude of about 260 statute miles.
All right, and we're disconnecting the fluid umbilical from the Orlan. Copy. We're disconnecting the fluid umbilicals. And you can cover up the fluid umbilical connectors with caps. Copy. Okay. Fluid umbilical for EV1. Okay. All right, the connector is closed with the MLI flap. Copy. And put BSS in position. O2 primary. BSS is closed. And O2 is closed, right? O2 is closed. All right. What is your pressure in the suits on the UDS Scout pressure gauge? 0.37. 0.37 is for EV1, and what's the
suit pressure checks underway? Final communications checks are being completed. The final steps toward the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module that will start the clock ticking on the elapsed time for today's excursion.
And Sergey, have you closed up the valve with the MLI flap? Yes. And Dima, you did report about closing it as well? Yes. Copy. And I'm handing you over to Artyom. And I will hear you back again during the repress. Sounds great. Thank you.
And just as is the case with U.S. spacewalks out of the Quest airlock, the flight controllers in charge of preparing the two cosmonauts for the spacewalk have swapped positions now, with a different flight controller now in charge of the choreography for Prokopiev and Patelin once they move outside the airlock to begin their work.
Well, our final timeline, 7100. That's the timeline that you're going to be using today. That's the final. And let's start prepping the hatch and verify that everything's secured. Well, all the tools and equipment is secured. So, and you are secured as well. Yes, we are. We are. With adjustable RETs. Copy. So, now verify that you are ready to open the EV hatch and that the handle is in position closed EVA. Yes. And the screws for emergency hatch closure are all screwed out, right? Like they're all the way out. Now, start with configuring to open the hatch. Copy. All right, it's going to be in the operational, I see the operational position flag or indicator. Copy. And I confirm the rollers are out. And I'm stowing the... All right, now the handle for the pusher needs to be pulled towards you till hard stop. And verify that the gap between the hatch and the frame is increasing. Copy. All right. We are in installation. We are in the orbital night for the next 5 minutes. Once we get out, you can egress. Copy, and I'm handing it over to Sergey. All right, and did you manage to pull the hatch a little bit towards you? No, it's not open yet. Copy.
Standing by for the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module.
Okay, and I confirm the gap is increasing and the hatch is open. Well, EVA PD timer has started. Copy. And I'm opening the hatch. I confirm hatch opening. Copy. All the way. All right, we have the hatch secured. I am removing the slack. Copy. And you can start with installing protective ring. All right, 1424 is the time of the hatch opening. Yes, 1424. And I have selected set the slack. Copy. I turned the protective ring. The locks are in the operational position. Copy. How is it?
This is Mission Control Houston. Flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow confirm the start time of today's spacewalk at 9:24 a.m. Central Time, 10:24 a.m. Eastern Time. The Poisk hatch is open, allowing Petelin to move out first, followed by Prokopiev. Just a couple of minutes behind the scheduled start time. No harm, no foul. 9:24 a.m. Central Time, 10:24 a.m. Eastern Time, marking the start of the 266th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Oh, no. It's UKP. I'm sorry, it's UKP. Cable platform. Do you want to take it out with you? Well, I can actually hand it over to you. All right, sounds good. right, adjustable tether red is secured to handrail 1029, copy. And you're going to be in sunrise in about 40 seconds, copy. All right. The tether is outside. All right, EV2 is outside.
And as the International Space Station passes into an orbital sunrise over the Pacific Ocean, you can see dimly lit, but lit nonetheless, the cosmonauts beginning to emerge from the Poisk airlock.
Wow, that's
Again, the official start time of today's spacewalk was 9:24 a.m. Central Time, 10:24 a.m. Eastern Time, and you can see the first of the two cosmonauts outside of the Poisk airlock, which is located on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
And I have secured my transportational tether.
That is a view of Dmitry Petelin. The two cosmonauts have installed a protective ring around the circumference of the Poisk airlock hatch. Petelin now outside is configuring his safety tethers and will take a bundle of equipment outside on a handoff from Prokopiev before they make their way to their first work site on the Zvezda service module.
And you can turn on your sublimators now. Okay, sublimators on, copy. For EV2, the sublimator is on, copy. For EV1, the sublimator is on, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, a view of Dmitry Petelin, who is outside of the Poisk airlock, beginning the fifth spacewalk of his career, all of them with the Expedition 69 commander, Sergei Prokopiev, who is about to emerge from the airlock, now in the seventh spacewalk of his career.
Artyom, please remind me about the first panel that we have to work with. It's number 7. And panel number 1, you will do it after number 7. Copy. Okay, let me get my bearings. Okay, here it is.
Взял. Первый передал, подтягивал.
The first tether, here it is.
Так, первый зафиксировал. Принял.
The first tether is secured.
Аккуратненько смотреть, дайте ближе, как он проходит. Ближе к выходному люку надо прижимать ее.
Okay, stay closer to the EV hatch.
Ага.
Okay.
Так. Аккуратненько. Так, здесь развяжу, что натяг. Все-таки побольше сразу слабину надо.
I can see that here it's very tight. We need more slack. I agree.
Ага, есть. Так, ты зафиксировал, да? Кинул, да. Зафиксировал, держу. Ага.
Okay, one safety tether hook is secured. Yes, it is.
Так, вторым.
That is good. Number 2 tether,
Принято.
also secured. Copy.
ВП, я готов к выходу.
Okay, and now HFP connector.
И можно включать АСТР.
You can also activate the ISR thermal control system. So we start from the cold position, correct? Yes, you may select it.
Движение 0 включаем.
Зафиксирован.
Second tether is secured.
АСТР положение 0.
So put the ISR thermal control system selector switch in position 0. Copy that, 0.
Первый зафиксирован. Двумя фалами снаружи.
Panel number 1 is secured on 2 tethers outside. And when you egress completely, turn on the helmet camera.
Давай.
Will do.
Так, включаем.
Turning it on.
Камеры. Есть, да?
Okay, turning on the helmet cameras now.
Так, включил. Нашлемные камеры, оба светодиоды зеленых горят.
And both light indicators are
Включил я.
in green.
Принято.
Copy.
Есть, да, два светодиода горят. Нет, я у тебя вижу. У себя я вижу.
So both LEDs I can see
Тебя горит.
in my mirror. They are illuminated.
Хорошо, я удерживаю.
Good.
Блок ВКУ.
I'm holding the VKU
Принято. Тогда,
unit.
Дим,
Copy.
ты фиксируй на себя УКП.
Dima, you have UKPs
Фал, который на платформе
secured on yourself.
на свой короткий, который за поручень застрахован.
So the tether that's on you is the short one, correct? As we agreed before.
Моноблок можешь перестраховать.
And when you proceed to plate number 7, then you have to unhook and rehook the tether. Yes, I remember.
Перекрутился он.
Tether is twisted here.
Так, вот это все, вот это все.
Panel number 7.
Да, туда зайти.
Она дальше, через вторую
It's a little bit further,
кольцевым поручнем.
closer to the target. Copy that, closer to the target.
Блок ВКУ зафиксирован с одной стороны на
VKU block is secured on circular handrail of MRM2.
Моноблок ВПИ зафиксирован. Тогда начинай переход
Copy.
вслед за Димой.
VPI monoblock is
Как мы договаривались,
secured.
проверяешь кабельные держатели на предметах, закрыты они, не закрыты.
And also remember to check as you translate along your pathway. Remember to check the cable holders if they are loose or if they're seated properly.
This is Mission Control Houston, 17 and a half minutes into what is expected to be about a 6-hour, 50-minute spacewalk today. Dmitry Petelin and Sergei Prokopiev both outside of the Poisk airlock as they set up equipment before making their way back to the Zvezda service module at the rear of the Russian segment of the International Space Station to begin their work that will start with the removal of science experiments and stanchions upon which other equipment have been mounted and the jettisoning of those items that will be aft of the Russian segment, well out of the way of the space station with no chance for recontacting the complex.
Inaudible.
Ну да, тут не сильно ослабленный бикабельный держатель.
The cable holder here seems to be pretty well seated.
Так, наблюдаю, F7.
Now I can see the patch panel number 7, and I'm going to move beyond the target.
And our first view from the helmet camera on Sergei Prokopiev, the Expedition 69 commander, now on the 7th spacewalk of his career, on the 5th spacewalk that he is sharing with Dmitry Petelin outside of the International Space Station.
Гей, подскажи, пожалуйста, у тебя экран тепло-холод в каком положении сейчас?
The two cosmonauts are moving a number of experiments on a cable carrier to a connector patch panel on the Zvezda service module to begin the process of opening up a thermal cover on that panel and demating several connectors so that the first of the science experiments no longer needed for data collection, the seismoprognos science hardware, can be removed and jettisoned.
Copy, thank you.
Дим, наблюдаю, ты дошел до седьмой платы. Нужный нам разъем, он будет наиболее дальний от тебя.
So we can see you, Dmitry, and the connector we need is the one that's further away from you. All right.
Так. Открываю клапан.
Принято.
Так, наиболее дальний. F7.
Okay, I am going towards the connector that's further away from me.
Значит, не наиболее дальний. Нам надо 7-9. Это, видимо, один стыкованный или нет?
Okay, we need the one that is HFP 7-9.
Он здесь единственный состыкованный.
It's the only connector mated here.
Нет, разъем 7.
Am I correct?
Принято.
It's number 7-9.
Так, на самом
Принято.
Yes, okay, I'm
индикация ХФП 7.
checking the cable. If it says the same number, yes, it does.
Принято. Ожидай команду на расстыковку.
Okay, now stand by for our command.
Все, мы получили добро, можно расстыковывать.
Okay, we have a go, so you can demate this connector. HFP 7-9. Copy that. It's now demated.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, ну получается кабель мы где-то здесь оставляем, правильно?
So we'll leave the cable somewhere here.
Будет для подключения. Его на фиксирующей плате где-то прибандажировать.
The connector that we don't need for mating, you can secure it.
Здесь есть на поручне 2213 проволочный фиксатор.
I have a wire tie on handrail 2213.
Под клапаном.
Will that do? Well, actually, you can put it under the MLI flap, okay?
Придумаем.
I'll think of something.
Ну, если что, этот проволочный фиксатор можно будет им воспользоваться. Это, наверное, кабель МЛМовский, который...
And in any case, you may use this wire tie. Okay, this is good right here. Copy.
Готов, получается, катушки с УКП. Первый разъем.
Освобождаю.
Now the UKP first connector from the reel. Yes, you may start.
Принято.
Copy.
Тебе потом удобно будет катушку мне передать? Вот я вот
Will it be
передать потом. Не запуталась.
all right for you to hand over the reel to me later? Let me first try to prepare it for you.
Дим, ты, наверное, не тот разъем начал вытаскивать.
Dima, maybe you started on the wrong connector. Yes, I'm thinking about it.
Это узкий кабель у нас, который...
It should be the narrow cable. Okay, I understand now. It's inside.
Ты по пути все кабельные держатели ослабил?
And did you loosen all cable holders on your way to here? Yes, I did as much as I could, and we'll go further and see how it goes.
Тут прямо передо мной под мишенью тоже есть
Under the target,
кабельный держатель.
I have a cable holder that is not occupied.
И тогда под штангой мишени надо будет проводить.
Then you will have to go.
This is Mission Control Houston. Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin are at a connector patch panel at the intersection of the Zvezda service module and the rest of the interconnecting module area of the International Space Station as they work to demate a series of cables that have linked a science experiment called Seismoprognos, which measures seismic activity back on Earth. That experiment and its associated stanchion will be jettisoned once it is removed as the first task of today's spacewalk, which is featured with the removal of a number of science experiments no longer needed on the Russian segment of the station, their data having been collected over a number of years and the installation of a high-speed data transmission radio system.
Ждем.
All right, standing by.
Свой фол. Постоянно длинно зафиксировал. Да, все, до этого подальше.
I secured it to my
Я вытянул сейчас. Мы его протягиваем.
fixed length tether.
Прямо даже вот под поручью.
And now we can pull the tether this way under the handrail,
Мне надо
I think.
разъем подать. Да, да, сейчас.
And now the connector.
Сюда подтяну. Ага.
I have to get it closer to you.
Ага, принял.
Okay, I have it.
Так, готов стыковать разъем КФП-7.
I'm ready to make the connector IFP7-9.
Вступай к стыковке.
Yes, you have a go to mate it.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, снимаю крышку с нашего кабельного разъема.
Taking the cap off
Проверяю
the
контактное
cable
поле.
connector, checking the pin out,
Ориентация норма.
everything nominal.
Так. Проверяю индикацию ХПП-7-9.
Checking the labeling, and it is correct.
Принято.
IFP
Номер кабеля
7-9.
Разъем.
Connector is secured.
Номер кабеля получится.
Copy.
Прочитать?
But can you read
Да,
the
номер кабеля на 7-9.
cable number on this
По идее, одна, конечно, две ответные.
connector?
Нет, который был на фиксирующей плате.
The one from UKP,
Который был.
or the one that was there before?
Вот тут номеров нету, тут только ХПП-7-9.
There are no numbers. It says FP,
В основании
7,
разъема
9.
на кабеле.
But at the lower side of the connector,
ХПП-7-9.
yes, it says FP 7-9.
7-9 состыкован. Укладывай в лирку и сфотографируй, пожалуйста.
Okay, so it is mated. That is good.
Никакой нумерации, индикации нет.
And there are no other labels or numbers.
Смотри, на изоленте.
As you can see,
Нет.
no, no, no.
Так, убран разъем. Лирку,
Принято.
ласты.
Тогда сфотографируй, пожалуйста, это с помощью глиссера.
Да, хорошо.
Connector
Еще
is
одна
secured.
рекомендация. Пожалуйста, можешь минимизировать контакт с мишенью.
And please make sure that there is as little contact with the target
Стараюсь.
as possible. Copy. I shall try to do so.
The two cosmonauts working in tandem outside as we approach the 33-minute mark in today's spacewalk are in the process of demating and remating a series of connectors, basically power cables associated with the first of the experiments that will be removed and jettisoned during today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts will be removing a seismic detection experiment, a high-speed data transmission system, and its associated stanchion and a telemetry hardware bundle with its stanchion, all of those to be removed and jettisoned to the aft of the International Space Station, with a trajectory that will ensure that there is no chance for recontact with the orbital outpost.
Принято, Дим. Тогда закрывай клапаны СКИ и проверь, пожалуйста, свою камеру Ерка.
And you may close the MLI flaps and please check your ERCA camera.
Да, светодиод не горит.
Yes, LED is not illuminated, so I can turn it back on. Yes, please.
Включил, светодиод горит.
It is on and the LED is illuminated. Thank you. We are getting the video from your camera now. I'm closing the MLI flap now. Copy that. We can see that.
Так, закрыт.
MLI flap is now closed. Copy.
Я укладываю кабель в первый кабельный держатель.
The view from the helmet camera of Expedition 69 Commander Sergei Prokopyev as he works with Dmitry Petelin in the early stages of today's spacewalk, reconfiguring a number of connectors at a patch panel that will enable them to remove a series of science and telemetry experiments and associated hardware for their jettisoning as they reconfigure systems on the International Space Station for the installation of more modern-day equipment.
Sergey, and not to have to tighten the wing nut with the wrench, you can move those sides apart a little bit so it will be easier. Done. Copy. And now you can help Dima a little bit with the cable carrier and the tether that's secured to the handrail. Secure it to the second handrail too. Sounds good. All right, I have it secured. Copy.
The connector work that is ongoing by Prokopyev and Petelin will be the precursor to the installation of a new high-speed data transmission radio hardware on the Zvezda service module a bit later in today's spacewalk. This new data transmission hardware will replace an older system, providing a much more efficient data and telemetry capability for work ongoing in the Russian segment of the station.
All right, a little bit. I have just one request. When you're going to be moving UKP closer, do not pull it by the cables towards yourself. Okay, sounds good. All right.
надо снять.
And we'll have to probably remove it from the reel and secure it.
Prokopiev and Patelin are in the process of routing these cables to another patch panel on the Zvezda service module for the upcoming installation of data transmission radio hardware, high-speed data transmission hardware. That is one of the major objectives of today's spacewalk.
All right, I have secured it near the holder. All right, I have installed the cable holder. Copy. And I'm going to tighten them here. The clamps. And you can also tighten the stanchion. Okay. Well, it's for the stanchion of the cable holder. All right. Yeah, it was a little bit loose. Copy. It's good enough. All right, we are translating a little bit. All right, and you see the translation handrail. And now take the monoblock and move in the direction of UKP. And as you go, be mindful of the cable holder. All right, so you're going to give me the reel back, right? Yes.
This view from Dmitry Patelin's helmet camera, and a good view of Expedition 69 Commander Sergei Prokopiev, well into the 7th spacewalk of his career, as he works with a number of cables, securing those cables to a connector panel for the upcoming installation of hardware called the Data Transmission Radio System, high-speed data and telemetry capability to be offered once that hardware is activated.
All right, we'll probably need to untwine it. So what handrail are you talking about? I can't really read the number here. Yeah, it's kind of the remains of the markings. 2233 maybe?
Так, ослабил.
All right, I have loosened
Принято.
Давай, я буду проходить.
the loop. Okay, let me translate.
Так, я туда забираю блок.
And I'm taking the monoblock.
Да, принято.
Copy.
Зафиксировал один, да.
All right, I have it secured with adjustable tether.
За адаптер БББ, да?
And I need to move to the adapter now, right?
Так,
All right.
видел.
I got it.
The two cosmonauts continuing to route a bundle of cables to a connector patch panel for the installation upcoming of a high-speed data transmission system on the Zvezda service module as we approach the 49-minute mark into today's spacewalk that began with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk airlock at 9:24 a.m. Central Time, 10:24 a.m. Eastern Time.
As you are translating, please verify that your French hooks are closed, because sometimes the handrails are too big for the French hook to close on its own easily, so you need to make sure that it closes. Okay, will do. All right, I'm going around on the left side. And Andrei, did you free up the cable holder? That's going to be from plate 1. It should be on the right-hand side. Yes. Give me a second. And you will start rotating the battery along plane 2. Okay, copy. I have loosened the cable holder in the area around the adapter, and the one that's a little bit more to the right near the beta N monoblock, the one that I have now? Yeah. Don't worry. I'll get it configured. Copy. Then, Sergey, since you are next to plate 12, you can secure the connected to the glisser, or with the glisser. Copy. As far as I understand, the MLI flap does not have the side with the Velcro hooks in a really good. It's not in a really good condition. And it would be great if you could take a picture of how you close that valve or cover it up. All right, will do.
Flying 260 miles over the southeastern Atlantic Ocean off the western coast of Africa, the International Space Station moving from northwest to southeast as Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin approach the 1-hour mark into today's spacewalk, continuing to work with a series of cable connectors for the upcoming installation of a high-speed data transmission system. This is just part of the work to remove and jettison equipment no longer needed, scientific equipment no longer needed on the outside of the Zvezda service module, and the installation of new hardware for high-speed data transmission, as well as the extensive collection of photography of the external surfaces of the service module for engineering analysis on the ground.
So just make sure to report. Did you find connector that ends in that is 49 unintelligible 3? Yes. Well, I'm okay. So you need to take pictures of that connector. It's a low frequency connector. It may not be connected. Okay. Or maybe one of those connectors. Well, you just need to check which one is connected, which one is not connected, and let us know. Okay. And Sergey, when you have a second, could you please check your hacker camera? Oh yeah, give me a second. Well, so 3 or 8-3, we have it, the connector. Okay, so take pictures and close it with an MLI flap. And also, once you close it out, could you please take pictures as well? Yeah, the cover is not secured, so here. That's ours, right? No. It's the one that you need to take pictures of. But the ones that you need are on the platform or plate 1. So, platform or plate 1 for us. Okay? Then I'm putting the connectors back. Yes. For now, as we're moving to, like, I can see FVP 1. It's closer to the large diameter. No, it should be right in front of you, basically. Yeah, I see something. Yes, that's what it is. That's great. You need to find connector 113 there. Not it's B, brother, but just plain 1. Just plain connector 1.
The cosmonauts continuing to work with connectors at a patch panel for the upcoming installation of a high data transmission system.
Our new cable, you connect it.
The crew is reported to be about 30 minutes ahead of its timeline, having started the spacewalk just under an hour ago at 9:24 a.m. Central Time.
Talk on GSS for 6-7 minutes, but if we go completely LOS, so please stand by for our go. All right, sounds good.
Да, ХФК-1-3. У нас через 3 минуты будет...
And you are going to go into orbital twilight. And please turn on your lights if needed. Okay? HFP is found. Okay. And it's connected to connector 1-3, right? Yes, it is. And let me read out the markings on it on the platform. So, cable connector 17KS 10U85108-80. This is the one that we need. You will need to connect it. All right, I'll be ready to do it, and we gotta go to disconnect it. Copy.
The cosmonauts in the process of removing a old data transmission system and its associated stanchion.
Right, so
this will be one of the items to be jettisoned overboard.
Copy.
And replaced with the installation of a new high-speed data transmission system.
The one that we don't need, we are going to leave it, right? Yes. So, PET is 1 hour, just as an FYI, guys. Copy. Sergey, if you're done with that plate, you can start translating and also loosen the cable holder as you go. Okay. All right, I have loosened it. Copy. And we're in twilight or orbital night. And the next is going to be like a French hook holder. And I'm moving to the circular handrail. And once you get there, please stand by there and wait for Dima or Dmitry. Sounds good. Unintelligible. Okay, I'm at the circular handrail, so please stand by there and wait for Dmitry, EV2. Copy.
Сергей, и вот смотри, ты левой рукой...
Sergey, you are holding on to a pass.
Принято, да.
Be where you hold on to.
Так,
Copy.
у меня в руках ФП-1-3.
All right.
1 hour,
I
3
have,
minutes into today's spacewalk by Prokopiev and Patelin. We're in a momentary handover between
and
satellites
I
on our
found
tracking and data relay satellite
this,
system. The two cosmonauts working outside in the vicinity of the Zvezda service module have disconnected and reconnected a number of cables for patch panels that will be used to activate a high-speed data transmission system to be installed a short time from now, and are preparing other hardware for the removal of a seismic detection experiment, an older high-speed data transmission system and its stanchion, and a telemetry system and its stanchion, 3 jettisons in all, to be executed later in today's spacewalk. As we wait for a reacquisition of a downlink television capability from the station a short time from now, just moments from now, the complex and the Expedition 69 crew flying 260 miles over the southern Indian Ocean, about to sweep from southwest and northeast across the continent of Australia. We're 1 hour, 6 minutes into today's spacewalk. Again, the 266th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 9th spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station this year. This is the 7th spacewalk for Expedition 69 crew members, 4 out of Poisk, 3 out of Quest, the 7th spacewalk in Sergei Prokopiev's career, and the 5th for Dmitry Patelin.
Work with connectors 1.3, and then KPP 1.3 has been mated. Okay, copy. Copy, Dmitry. So you already placed everything there? All the connectors, did you stow them? What do you mean? What do you mean stow? Well, yes. Yes, I put them into the Lira clip. Okay, copy. Then when you're done with taking photographs, you can close the valve. Copy. Is the solar array going to be tucked in? Is it going to be rotated? So that yes, it's going to be rotated even further after Dmitry goes past the KPP adapter. Okay, copy. I don't think it's going to be very convenient in this current position. Okay, I did put that away. I think I put everything away.
The rotation of the solar array offered in that conversation between Sergei Prokopiev and the Russian flight control team in Korolyov has to do with positioning the solar arrays on the Zvezda service module in the right orientation to permit the releasing of the stanchion holding the older high-speed data transmission system that is being discarded, jettisoned by the two cosmonauts, part of one of 3 items to be jettisoned during today's spacewalk.
Дим, включил, да?
Dmitry, did you turn it on?
Да, горит все.
Yes, it's on.
Я тут заправил свободную лирку.
So I chucked Lira in there
Свободный.
and put the loose ends in there. Okay, copy.
Спасибо, Дим.
Thank you.
То есть тут довольно с хорошим запасом.
So there is a good margin available.
Так, и получается
So, and HHP 13B, and we're going to keep it
свободный.
here, open.
На плате.
Yes, going to be on that plate. Okay, can I
Катушку проложить.
tighten? Can I pull it up so I can route it?
Да.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Так, все, я перемещаю.
Okay, I'm going to translate.
Ближе к тебе.
So I'm going to move it closer. So are you going to route it above or below? Below.
Я буду там же пойду.
Okay, I'm going to go there as well.
Дим, а можешь, пожалуйста, еще
Дмитрий.
разок, попробовать хеку перезагрузить?
Светодиод горит.
So the LED is on.
Да, я слышал, ты доложил, да.
Ага.
Дим, это сейчас ты ехал, по-моему.
Speaking simultaneously.
Выключил и включил.
I think you turned off and turned on the one. Oh, okay. I see the one that's on top. Yes, I see it. The LED is on.
Принято, спасибо.
Copy. Thank you. I apologize.
Адаптер ДПП ты перешагнул.
Did you step over the KPP adapter? Yes. There's only one here.
Мы будем вращать солнечную батарею.
So we're going to rotate solar arrays. Okay, copy, sounds good. I have secured the cable inside the hook. So I'm going to hold it on it.
Повтори, пожалуйста, Сергей. Была помеха связи.
Could you repeat the last? There was interference. The cable is routed in the through the cable holder. Okay, copy. Thank you. We're going to start rotating the solar arrays. Please take a break at this time.
Again, the commanding by the Russian flight controllers and Korolyov to rotate the solar arrays on the Zvezda service module will place them in the correct orientation for the removal and ultimate jettisoning of the current high-speed data transmission hardware and the stanchion that it is mounted on. It is being replaced by a new system that will be installed a short time from now.
To the large diameter. Okay, copy. Sounds good. My proposal, Sergey, is going to be for you, Sergey, to go ahead first. And as you go, you're going to take photographs of plate number 20 and number 3. And Dmitry, when you're going to follow him, it's going to be lighter. There will be more light, and you can take a backup photograph of the same plates on your camera. Okay, sounds good.
The two cosmonauts at the 1 hour 19-minute mark in the spacewalk have released the older data telemetry system monoblock, as it is called. This is the system and its associated stanchion that it is mounted on. This will be jettisoned later in the spacewalk aft of the International Space Station's Russian segment.
Keep it in place, so then we can stand by.
The Russian flight controllers will be inhibiting thrusters on the Zvezda service module that will enable the two cosmonauts to go to the correct area on the service module itself for the jettisoning of equipment that will take place about an hour to an hour and a half from now.
So we're starting translation to the area of plane 2. Use the soft handrail and continue translation. Okay, sounds good.
И в районе, где Сергей сейчас находится, там у нас стоит блок Афара, там есть красно-белые поручни, просьба не...
In the area where Sergei is located, there are IFAR handrails. Please do not grab onto those handrails. Use the regular standard handrails. Okay, copy, sounds good.
Сергей, и у тебя по пути сейчас еще будет мягкий поручень в сторону УРМД. Можно как раз с помощью него застраховаться, и тогда будет отличный доступ к 20-й плате.
Sergey, along the way you're going to have a handrail on the way to Orande. You can secure yourself to that handrail, and that will give you a very good access to plate number 20. You can put the your permanent length tether, and keep the decimal to yourself. Okay, I understand. The handrails are few and far between here.
Я нахожусь в районе якоря.
I'm in the vicinity of anchor. Okay, copy.
И вот как раз, видимо, в районе 20-й платы. Это 20-я плата как раз.
And you're going to get there to the vicinity of plate number 20. КПП 2?
Это 20-я плата, у нее
Plate number 20.
износилась.
It's plate number 20. 20 is just labeling has worn off. Oh, okay. I got it.
Разъем там 20-2.
And we need you to find the connector number 20-2, 20-2. Okay, copy 20-2.
Юрка 20-2, пустая.
I see Lirka 20-2 is the clip. The clip number 20-2 is empty. Oh, I see. We need the connector though. Oh, I see. The connector is in a different clip. Okay, you can move that connector to 20-2. Okay, copy. And also make sure that labeling is visible. Place it and then perform the removal.
Закончил съемку 20-й платы.
I completed taking the photographs of plate number 20. Copy, thank you. You can close the MLI flap.
Закрываем.
Closing.
Так, ну я в районе.
I am in the vicinity. Stand by one. Speaking simultaneously.
Дима, а тебе заметно будет оттуда, где ты находишься, 20-ю плату?
Will you be able to see plate number 20 from where you're located at this time? Plate number 20, 20, where Sergey is working at this time. What I'm saying is, it would be good if you could take a backup set of photographs. Well, I haven't reached it yet. Okay, well, you don't have to. You don't have to go there. You can go to plate number 3. I am currently translating. Sergey, could you check your HECA? We're not seeing the video. It has probably overseeded. I have both LEDs on. Could you turn it off and turn it back on, please? I restarted it. Okay, copy, thank you. And I am going behind the anchor.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 30 minutes into today's spacewalk. Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin continue to prepare for the releasing of a old data transmission system and its stanchion that it is mounted on after having disconnected and reconnected a number of cables that will be used for the installation and activation of a new high-speed data transmission system on the Zvezda service module. The crew is running about 20 minutes or so ahead of the timeline for the day, having started their spacewalk with the opening of the Poisk module hatch at 9:24 a.m. Central Time.
Третью плату ты прошел мимо, да?
Have you passed by plate 3?
Третья плата.
Plate 3?
Вот у меня сейчас передо мной ХПП 21.
ХПП number 21, number 3.
Третья плата, она прямо под тобой должна
So plate number 3 should be immediately below.
И там два клапана.
And there are two MLI flaps on this from the left and from the right. We need КПП 3 and 2 AR.
3-2 AR.
3 and 2 AR.
3-2 AR.
3 dash 2 AR. AR.
Так, а у него это надпись на кабеле, да?
Is the labeling on the cable itself?
Там и на кабеле, и
Both on the cable and on the connector.
Просто я даже не знаю, с какой
So I don't really know on which side, under which MLI flap that connector is located.
Здесь КФП 3-4, КФП 3.
КПП 3-4, 3-4, 3.
Не состыкованный?
Is that connector mated? It's not mated.
Хотя я точно сказать не могу сейчас.
I can't.
Состыкованы или нет, но
They're non-mated.
как раз выясним.
But you can do it.
Я вижу 3-2 состыкованный.
I see 3-2I is mated, but what we need is 3-2AR. So they're nearby.
Так, ФП-3, 2П.
3-2PR.
Это не он, да?
This is not it?
Еще раз.
Есть еще АР. Вот
It
нашел
ends
ФП-3.
in AR, so I have half a P2PR.
Нам нужен А.
I need the one that has A in it.
Принял.
Copy.
Так, 3А.
3A.
3А.
Half a P. 3A.
3-2. Так. Наверное, с другой стороны надо смотреть.
It's probably
Подожди, ты
on
посмотри,
the
который
other side.
3-3 состыкованный разъем.
Okay, let's follow the connector that says
не знаю.
3-3. Maybe it's
Это
in that vicinity.
2 ХФП третьих.
So half a P3, there's two of them, and two of HFP2.
Посмотри, который ХФП 3-3. Посмотри, какая
HFP
ответственная часть к нему состыкована.
Please check what is the corresponding part on that one.
Три два, извиняюсь. 3-2.
I mean 3-2. I apologize. 3-2.
3-2, который, да?
Okay.
Да, он состыкован с ХФП.
Yes, it's mated to HFP3-2AR.
Принято. Тогда засними, пожалуйста, так, чтобы было видно маркировку.
Ну да, вот идет.
Can you please change its position so you can clearly see the labeling?
Принято.
Copy.
Ты не выключал, да, глиссер на этот момент?
And the glisser camera was on at the time? Yes, it was.
Принято.
Copy.
Спасибо. Ну, я думаю, этого достаточно.
I think
Да.
that is
Обратно
sufficient.
разъемы. Закрывай клапан и переходи на F-образное.
So you can finish with this connector, close the MLI flap, and proceed to the S handrail. Will do.
У нас, да, вот уже сейчас расцветает вовсю. И, Сергей, выключи, пожалуйста, глиссер. проверь, что ты его выключил.
Sergey, please check if you turned the glicer camera off for now, OFF. It is off.
Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin continuing to route and secure a number of cables for the installation upcoming of the new high-speed data transmission system on the Zvezda service module.
Thank you. This MLI is not really amenable.
Клапан ФП-3 закрыт.
FP3,
Разобразить поручень.
the flap is closed. Copy.
И, по пути там, если есть кабельнодержатели, по-моему, на F-образных поручнях уже.
And there are some cable holders along the F-shaped handrails. Copy.
The International Space Station about to pass into an orbital sunrise over the Pacific Ocean. 1 hour, 42 minutes into the spacewalk, the cosmonauts continuing to make methodical progress as they make their way through a maze of cables and connectors that are being reconfigured on patch panels for a high-speed data transmission system to be installed a short time from now.
I think the one that's closer to your hand will be better. Copy?
Да.
Yes, please.
Кабельный держатель ослаблен.
Принято.
Here is the cable holder and I loosened it. Copy.
Моя в районе якоря.
I'm close
Принято, Дим.
to the foot restraint here.
Принято. Тогда, как договаривались, доходим до F-образных поручней.
As we agreed,
Оставляем.
we will go to the F-shaped handrails, leave the UKP there, secure it with tethers.
Освободив кабельные держатели, еще дальше там, по-моему, есть.
And you, Sergey,
Переходишь за сейсмопрогноз.
you will translate
Моноблок ВПИ.
beyond seismoprognosis.
Да, вот здесь на этих поручнях.
And then you'll work with SVPI. Yes, that is correct.
Дальше он может и не понадобиться.
With all of the cables associated with this high-speed data transmission replacement having been secured and connected on the proper patch panel, the two cosmonauts will make their way over to what is called a monoblock or stanchion, upon which the seismoprognosis experiment is mounted. This has measured over the course of a number of years seismic activity back on Earth for scientists to analyze back at the Russian Mission Control Center. This device will be removed and jettisoned as part of the first of 3 such jettisons of older equipment no longer needed for investigations on the International Space Station.
Cable should go towards the F-shaped handrails.
Тут он, как говорится, расходится.
Yes.
Часть идет, я понял, часть идет наверх, это...
But here,
это...
one part goes up, and I think that's towards Icarus.
Так, ну я тогда оставляю на хранение вот этот.
Okay, I will store this block here on handrail 2621, 2617.
Где он не будет мешать, там и оставляйте.
Just leave it where it will not be in the way.
Мы получили добро на демонтаж сейсмопрогнозов, так что по готовности.
We have a go to dismantle the seismic prognosis, so when you are ready, you can start working on it. And if you need it, you may take a breather. Will do.
Вот я сейчас как раз около сейсмопрогноза.
I'm close to seismoprognosis equipment now. Copy.
Если могу начать расстыковывать кабели.
I can start demating the cables.
Давай тогда распаковывай кабели.
Yes, you have a go
Подвязываем их
to
к кронштейну поручню.
demate the cable and then secure cables to a handrail bracket. Copy. Will do.
ФП-22-1.
HFP 22-1.
The two cosmonauts at the 1 hour 51 minute mark in today's spacewalk are in the process of securing the stanchion or monoblock that holds the seismoprognos seismic detection experiment, so that connectors that have held that experiment in place to provide data transmission of its results back to the ground, those connectors will be demated, and the experiment itself and its stanchion will be removed from its location on the Zvezda service module to be jettisoned during today's spacewalk.
Следующий кабель ХФП-22-2.
Next is HFP 22-2 connector. It's demated.
Эти разъемы, которые у тебя свободные остались на кабелях, их вытягивай в сторону агрегатного отсека и подвязывай проволочным фиксатором.
Remember to secure them to the cable holder bracket.
Мне кажется, уже стоит зафиксировать двумя карабинами, потому что кабель там почти...
OKP needs 2 tethers to secure it.
Принято.
Copy.
Да, зафиксировал.
Принято, спасибо. Ну и где-то в этом месте ее можно оставить, эту катушку нашу.
And leave it in this vicinity somewhere. As long as it's not close to Icarus. Copy.
Так. Ты уже сейсмопрогнозом, да, занялся? Ну да, я уже пока кабели.
So you are working on seismoprognosis already? Yes, I am. Working on the cables.
Дим, ты отдохни сейчас минутку.
Dima, maybe you can take some rest for now.
Хорошо.
Before you proceed with demating. Will do.
По твоей готовности можно расстыковывать СВПИ разъемы.
And you may start on demating connectors on SVPE monoblock when you are ready. Copy. SVPE is next.
Сергей, я думал, ты в лифте уберешь.
TMTC. Да?
А TMTC, это... TMTC это ближе в сторону первой плоскости, СВПИ надо.
And Sergey, about TMTC, you'll need to be closer to plane 1.
Основание у которого левее. Сейчас уже правее. Да. В сторону второй плоскости, ближе.
Okay, and now you go closer to, in the direction of plane 2.
Гей, теперь, если вопрос надо застраховать, это часто было?
And now you secure.
Ты видишь, Сэр, ты, значит, занимаешься прогнозом. Вот TMTC.
Okay, so I'm working on seismoprognosis, and TMTC is close by.
Да, пытаюсь найти СВПИ.
Ну смотри, вот балка переходная, которая у нас стоит на F-образных поручнях.
Okay,
Там на нем, на этой балке,
beam
два
is
моноблока, две антенны.
on
Один блок
this
TMTC,
handrail,
а
and
второй это СВПИ.
there is
Если ты нашел
TMTC here and SVP.
Второй это СВПИ, собственно.
So if you found TMTC, then the second block is SVP.
Ага, вот он как, значит, да?
Okay, now I understand.
Это чуть побольше просто он размером.
It's just slightly larger.
Ага, ясно.
Understood.
Моноблок СВПИ, да, вижу. Так, ладно, хорошо.
SVP monoblock, I see it. And starting to demate its connectors.
Может быть, сейчас проволоку ты подвяжешь,
Sergey,
но с подвязкой кабеля повременить. Там еще от
you can use the wire ties now, but
у нас еще в этом ставится моноблок ВПИ, чтобы не заградить ему.
we also need to think about SVP block that we do not block access to it.
Принято, спасибо.
I understand what you're saying. So SVP is
Низкочастотных и один высокочастотный, правильно?
so there are two low frequency connectors and one high frequency connector. That is correct. Altogether 3 connectors.
Разъем 49U H1
49U
можно передать в
H1
сторону Сергея.
connector.
Он нам не потребуется.
Yes, it's demated.
Остальные потребуются.
We will not need it later, but the rest we will need. Understood.
Так, ну, вот это, значит, не нужно. Вот.
So this one I will not need. Okay.
Добро. Эти два очень нужны.
And these two we will need.
XW3 нам потребуется.
Ага, принято. Так, H2 расстыковал.
H2 is demated now. So you will need XW3 for sure.
W3.
Yes, XW3. It's here. I have it. And it's demated.
Так, ну я прихватил вот эти 3 кабеля, которые у нас. Потом мы их получше зафиксируем.
Это, ну, теперь
And
надо
I
застраховать
secured these cables. I will secure them better later.
и откручивать замки.
Okay, and you may proceed to working on the locks. I copy.
Максимум ВКД 2 часа.
The PET is now 2 hours. Copy. The cables are free now.
Дим, ну тогда тебе тоже можно, в принципе, застраховать adjustable SLPI.
Dima, you may put the SWPI on adjustable to secure it.
2 hours into today's spacewalk by Sergei Prokopyev, the Expedition 69 commander, and Dmitry Petelin. The two cosmonauts are in the process of completing the disconnection of the seismoprognos experiment, a seismic detection experiment, and its stanchion that they'll be removing momentarily from the Zvezda service module to be jettisoned.
Okay, and I secured the monoblock with my adjustable tether, starting on the locks.
This experiment was installed all the way back during Expedition 38 on December 27th, 2013 by cosmonauts Oleg Kotov and Sergei Ryazanskiy. So after a run of almost 10 years, the seismic detection experiment has completed its work and will soon be removed and jettisoned.
And the same situation here with the adjustable tether. Copy. And now the locks. Lock 1 is now released. Copy. And this barber pole, do we leave it?
Палку переходную мы сдвигаем.
We move it to the right.
Она сейчас пока остается, после того, как мы освободим ее от TMTC и SWPI, то застраховав, перенесем ближе к ПХО, на их обратный.
And then you secure it and transfer it closer to PHO.
Working about midway down the length of the Zvezda service module, Prokopyev and Petelin are completing work to remove the seismoprognos experiment, the seismic detection experiment, and its monoblock or stanchion upon which it was mounted during a spacewalk by Oleg Kotov and Sergei Ryazanskiy back on December 27th, 2013.
One lock is released. from SVP copy.
And a view of the cosmonauts working to remove the seismoprognos experiment from just behind the solar array, or one of the solar arrays on the Zvezda service module. Again, once detached, this experiment no longer providing data after almost 10 years of scientific investigations of seismic activity back on Earth. It will be jettisoned retrograde from the space station toward the aft end of the Zvezda service module on a trajectory that will ensure no potential for recontact with the orbital outpost.
You may stop here.
So, for the jettisoning, Sergey, all right, you position yourself against the velocity vector, and so you should be aiming 45 degrees away from SM module. All right, hold on. Let me secure myself here first.
As the two cosmonauts position themselves in the right orientation for the jettisoning of the seismoprognos experiment, this is the view from Dmitry Petelin's helmet camera.
If need be, Dima can actually hold on to your back to make sure you're secure, just in case this is necessary. All right, I found a place to secure myself to and brace against. Okay, and I'm removing it, and I'm removing mine as well. Bring it up. Copy. All right, it's free. Copy. And jettisoning.
And there it goes.
It was a good, trusty...
Our ballistics officer here in Mission Control reports it was jettisoned in a good trajectory, well away from the station. No chance for recontact with the complex. So the seismic experiment that has spent almost a decade on the International Space Station is now on its own to burn up in the Earth's atmosphere.
Wave goodbye to it. Rest in peace. And we can, Sergey, you can wrap up photography, but please help as well with SVP monoblock as well. Will do.
That jettison occurred at about the 2-hour 9-minute mark into the spacewalk. The two cosmonauts running about an hour and 20 minutes ahead of the timeline.
Expanded. All right, so when we are done with the scheduled imagery, we would not need to conserve the battery charge at all, and you will have a go to keep the cameras rolling as long as you need to or want to. Okay, and now we have a SVPI with the cables, everything secured. The second latch is left.
Next up for the cosmonauts will be the disconnecting of a number of connectors and the removal of a telemetry system monoblock that older telemetry equipment has been mounted on. That will be the second in the series of jettisons that is expected to occur sometime within the next 30 minutes or so.
So, for the window, you need to stick to the handrail that we recommend. Okay, definitely. All right, SVPI is secured to me. Okay, position yourself then. Get ready. And the jettisoning vector is going to be the same in the direction of the Earth's horizon.
The jettisoned item or items that just took place about 2.5 minutes ago were both the seismic detection experiment and a monoblock or stanchion upon which older data transmission system equipment was mounted on.
All right, I am ready. Okay. It's kind of heavy. And you can really feel the inertia. Over right there, right? Is that looking good? Yeah, well, check it. It should be 45 degrees. Okay. So I removed the safety tether. Okay. Sergey, are you recording the video? I am. And jettisoning.
Following the jettisoning of the seismic experiment, Prokopiev now has jettisoned the monoblock or stanchion upon which it and telemetry equipment were mounted on.
It's kind of slower than the one before.
So this is the second of 3 planned jettisons.
It's like feeling the importance of its tasks and goals. Dignified. Guys, when you are ready, you can start working with TMTC monoblock. You can disconnect the connectors, secure them to the handrails, and when you are ready, remove 2 locks. Okay. All right, TMTC. It's kind of tied in knots. Somebody really put their heart into all that.
So to recap here at the 2-hour, 15-minute mark in the spacewalk, Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin have
first connector should be
completed the acquisition of a number of photos of the exterior of the Zvezda service module and a gamma ray particle detection experiment. They removed and jettisoned the seismoprognos seismic detection science experiment that had been on the International Space Station's Russian segment for almost 10 years, and then jettisoned the high-speed data transmission system stanchion upon which that hardware had been mounted. 2 jettisons complete, 1 to go. That will be the stanchion upon which other telemetry equipment is installed as the 2 cosmonauts continue to work well ahead of their timeline.
All right.
Или за тебя застраховать вопрос?
Securing it?
Давай я кину.
Or do you want to do that? Well, I can do that.
Там ближе.
It's a little bit closer.
Она еще здесь на фале застрахована.
And it is secured to the tether.
Наверное, пока не...
To the with the tether.
Тогда фал заберем с собой.
Well, then you should take that tether with you. Oh, no, no. No. We're leaving it there. Okay. Have you removed the safety there? Right, it is secured. Opening up the locks.
Что там? Его замок. Все готово.
What's up? Yeah. Check the lock. Yeah, these are a little bit easier to work with wing nuts.
Ага, есть, свободно. У меня в руках.
All right, you got it? Yes.
Фалды уже снял, да? Фалда уже снял.
And you removed it, right? Yes, I have. Unintelligible. Could you please adjust your helmet camera so that it's a little bit more to the left? Who are you talking to? That's for you, Dmitry. This is for you. Okay, me. Okay. All right, my helmet camera. A little bit to the left, right? Closer towards me, right? Yes. Well, how about now? That's good. Thank you. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 21 minutes into the spacewalk. A good view of Sergei Prokopyev, the Expedition 69 commander, from the helmet camera of his spacewalking partner, Dmitry Petelin. He has removed the monoblock or stanchion holding telemetry equipment and is preparing to move into a position for the third and final jettisoning of items no longer needed on the station. The first item was a seismic detection experiment. The second of the jettisons involved a high-speed telemetry monoblock or stanchion. The crew will be installing a brand new high-speed telemetry system a short time from now. The seismic experiment that was sent overboard by Prokopyev a short time ago, about 13 minutes ago, had initially been installed on the station in December of 2013 during a spacewalk on the Expedition 38 increment by Oleg Kotov and Sergei Rosansky.
Okay. I'm freeing it up. Okay.
And there is the third of the three jettisons planned during the spacewalk. The telemetry monoblock on its way. That concludes the jettison portion of today's spacewalk by Prokopyev and Petelin. He's waving a goodbye to that item. As it fades from view, it will burn up in the Earth's atmosphere, posing no chance for recontact to the International Space Station. Running well ahead of the timeline, the two cosmonauts that you see here in the field of view will be moving to another area on the main hull of the Zvezda service module to remove another experiment called the impact experiment that has been in the collection of data on the micrometeoroid debris, on the impact of micrometeoroid debris hits on the Russian segment of the station over the course of a number of years, and they'll be taking photos of the plume deflectors on the thrusters of the Zvezda service module.
Дима, можешь, пожалуйста, поснимать вот с этого ракурса
Dima, from your angle, could you please take pictures of the handrails of the SM?
Да.
Okay.
This view of Dmitry Petelin in the fifth spacewalk of his career, Sergei Prokopyev well into the seventh spacewalk in his career.
Will do.
По вашей готовности.
All right, on your go.
Приступить к переносу балки переходной. То есть сейчас подъем сделаем.
You can start with the relocation of the adapter beam.
Хорошо.
Okay, sounds good.
Так, ну вот я такие.
Okay, so I've got the connectors and the cable from TMTC into a cable holder. Okay. Well, they are right in the VPI monoblock area. So I think we're going to finally secure them later. Okay, we now need to move the two. Well, first of all, you have to secure the adapter beam and then move over the bracket and then install to the handrails as close as you can to PHO. All right, I am secured to the ring. Copy. So we need to remove it completely. Okay. You just need to remove it so you can throw it over the bracket, or just like throw it over the bracket. Okay, well, I have removed, I have freed it up on my end. Copy. There should be a ring, right? Yes, on that side. Okay, the cables, let me gather them up. All right. All right. And the second one, does it get through there? If you want, you can hold down the cable. Maybe you should go from above. Not to crowd the rails, the handrails. So that, like, make sure that the cable is not too close. Well, Artyom. I think it's pretty good, just like that. I think it's looking pretty good. And the distance here, or the gap here, is more than 3-5 centimeters, so it's just fine. And there are plenty of handrails here, and there shouldn't be any issues with them.
Затягиваем ключом, да?
And you want us to use the wrench to tighten it, right? Yes, please.
Полоборота.
Half a turn. Okay. Let me tighten it on my side.
Полоборота есть.
Half a turn. Done. All right, I am removing the safety tether.
Чистенько стало.
Well, that's much cleaner now. What did you say?
Чисто стало, говорю, здесь. Хорошо. Это сразу поручни.
Looks really nice here. Nothing, no clutter or anything. Pretty empty handrails. Okay, well, we wanted to let you know that we're going to go LOS for about 10-12 minutes. So please report what you do, provide a running commentary, and start getting ready for the installation of the VPI monoblock. Okay, sounds good. Do you have any recommendations? 25, 24. Is that 25, 24? And 25, 17. Okay, we see that.
Маркировка видна, да?
So you can read what it says, correct? Yes. The markings are identifiable. Well, we can even see half of the USOS. Pretty visible and pretty clearly. Well, it is sunset for us. Copy. You're going to go into orbital night in 20 seconds. Okay. We'll probably need to turn on our headlights. Correction, helmet lights. Okay, I got it.
We need to secure it. Should we move it deeper?
Есть максимум. Так, ну вроде бы получается.
I think it is working. So we need to position it.
Замок на 27, да.
So one lock here, then we can move it this way.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 37 minutes into today's spacewalk. Prokopiev and Patelin are installing a monoblock for high-speed telemetry equipment on the Zvezda service module. This coming after the removal and jettisoning of other stanchion equipment and a seismic detection experiment that occurred about 35 minutes or so ago. That all went fine, and our ballistics officers here in Mission Control report that those objects that were jettisoned were done so in the right trajectory and will not pose any recontact problem for the International Space Station as had been planned.
Simultaneously. Stand by one. What about the other side? Yes, that is that edge. Okay. Copy. Then you can do first secure it manually. Okay, I was able to just hand tighten. And what about on this side? No, I didn't do it on this side.
Через минуту, возможно, будет прерывание связи на минуту-другую.
For about 1 minute, there might be a comm interruption.
Two hours, 42 minutes into today's spacewalk, Prokopiev and Patelin continue to work to remove a stanchion and to reinstall that stanchion on another area of the Zvezda service module, upon which high-speed data telemetry equipment will be installed. Everything continuing to go well and well ahead of the timeline for today's spacewalk that is designed to remove old investigative experiment equipment from the hull of the Zvezda service module and to take a number of engineering photos of thruster areas and antenna areas of the Zvezda service module, which is approaching the 23rd anniversary of its existence on board the International Space Station, having launched in July of 2000. We'll be reacquiring communications with the International Space Station in just a few moments, passing in between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system.
Снова появилась связь.
So we now have comm.
Да, мы на связи.
Yes,
Два замка.
we have comm. So 2 locks out of 3 are installed. So you got the third one? Yes, it's all done.
Замки закручены.
So the
Принято. Замки закручены.
locks are secured and tightened with a wrench. Yes, tightened with a wrench.
Да, принято. Давайте
Okay.
возвращаемся к
Copy.
КПП, извлекаем кабель.
Well, let's you guys go to KPP and finalize the activity with the cable.
Да.
Okay, copy.
Круговой бак расфиксировать.
So should I secure it to crew bag?
Потом. Сейчас кабель делаем.
Or can we do it later? Let's do it later.
Осторожнее ногами, там у тебя сзади кожа.
Be careful with the cover.
Снова появилась видеокартинка.
Speaking simultaneously.
Картинка хорошо. Кабель извлечен из КП. Вот 10 проволочными фиксаторами.
So we can probably use wire ties here.
Есть.
Yes, we can.
Там хватает? Где там разъем видишь?
Is it long enough? Do you see the connector?
Не хватает. Длинная. Есть, все хорошо.
Yes, I think everything is fine.
Так, готов к стыковке кабелей.
I am ready to make the cables. Copy.
Сейчас ожидайте.
Standby one now.
Добро. Сергей, приступай к стыковке кабелей. Диктуй, какой разъем, с каким стыкуешь.
Connect inaudible. Make the connector RPPR1. I have it in my hands.
У меня в руках разъем ХППР.
I have PPR1 connector in my hands. Copy.
ХППР-1 и ХППР-1 стыкуют.
I have PPR1 in my hands.
Крышки.
I remove the caps.
Есть фиксация.
I confirm it has been attached.
Принято.
Copy.
Да, закрыл. И фотографировать сначала, потом в лифт убрать, да?
Should I take a photograph first?
Сначала мы все состыкуем разъемы.
First, made all the connectors, all 4 connectors should be mated first. Then you can take a photograph,
Тогда закрываем.
and then you can close them.
Маркировка, наверное,
And labeling.
ХППР-1 в лирках.
2 connectors, inaudible loud echo. Copy.
Разъем. Называется ХППР-2.
PPR2.
ХППР-2.
Okay, copy PPR2.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, ХППР-2.
PPR2. To PPR2.
Есть. Фиксация, проворот. Закрыл.
So I rotated that and closed it.
Вверху.
Принято. Разъем ХППР-2 состыкован.
PPR2 connector is mated.
Контроль стыковки подтвержден на обоих разъемах.
Monitor that both connectors are fully mated. So are you receiving a signal of sorts on the ground?
Так, следующий
Сергей,
кабель.
Next cable.
приступаем дальше.
Start.
UH2 и XW.
XW3.
Это которая от СФИ, да?
Ага. Да, именно так, это СФИ.
Итак, смотрим маркировку.
Looking at the labeling of 49X2.
Принято.
Copy.
49 UH2.
4952.
49 ЮХ-2.
49 UHA2.
Одноименные.
Something that's labeled similarly.
Так, есть проворот. Фиксируем.
So we can turn it.
Принято. 40U.
40U, copy.
Расстыкован.
Okay, it's demated.
Контроль стыковки пройден.
Okay. We have confirmed the process. Inaudible. From the antenna side.
Три, 0.
30
Равно А2.
U equal
W3.
A2 dash XW3. Sergey, there was a comm dropout. XW3.
Высокочастотный слышь.
XW3 со стороны антенны.
XW3 from the antenna side.
Вот тут с маркировочкой не вижу.
Well, here labeling is not very visible.
Да, на старом кабеле нет маркировки.
Look at the old labeling.
А на самом металлическом корпусе?
What about the metal housing itself?
Есть. 90 на конце.
There's 90 at the very end.
8549А, дефис 90.
549A and dash 90. X. At the very end of the label is legible, at the very beginning is not.
Выполняю стыковку.
I am performing mating.
XW3 со стыковкой.
XW3 is mated.
Когда укладываю в Лиру...
Okay, copy, then secured in the Lira clip and move on to the next connector. Copy. The connector is secured in the Lira clip. Copy. I have a question about protective housing. What about your opinion? If we remove them now, will it be safe to translate past it? We're not going to snag onto anything or kick anything by accident? We shouldn't be really touching on anything here. It's not very convenient translating along that side anyway. Then we're not going to leave housing for a later time, and we can remove them now. I'm going to close MLI. So you're closing MLI flaps. Yes, closing the flaps. And what is turned off? Yes, glisser is currently off. Copy. Copy. My recommendation about subsequent steps is as follows. You have been on EVA for 3 hours exactly. You can take a break right now. When you're ready, you can remove crew look bag and translate and move it in the direction of PHO. Where VKP is located, then you're going to take the container and protective lid from the crew bag, and then you're going to remove the protective housing and secure it in the area of UKP. Copy. Sounds good. And until the eclipse, we have 9 minutes, so you have a 5-minute break now. Copy. Right.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 1 minute into today's spacewalk by Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin, the 266th spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades. The two cosmonauts working very efficiently outside in the area of the Zvezda service module are wrapping up work with the installation of a stanchion, or a monoblock as it is called, upon which high-speed telemetry equipment will be installed. They have completed all 3 planned jettisons during the spacewalk. of a seismic detection experiment and 2 other stanchions upon which other equipment had been mounted. The 2 cosmonauts, running about an hour ahead on their timeline, will take a brief pause to catch their breath before moving to a series of thrusters at the aft end of the service module for a bit of photography of what are called plume deflectors on those thrusters to see how they have fared over the course of time. The Zvezda service module approaching the 23rd anniversary of its time on orbit following its launch on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan in July of 2000.
Ребят, 5 минут прошло, как ваше самочувствие?
5 minutes have elapsed. How are you doing?
Отлично.
We're feeling great. We're ready to work.
Лучше не бывает.
No, can't be better. Copy.
Меньше 5 минут.
We have less than 5 minutes until the end of eclipse, and let's proceed for the plan.
Артем, и вот оставшиеся не зафиксированные
Artyom,
кабели, я тоже думаю сейчас сделать.
we have some unsecured cables. We need to attach them. Okay, go ahead and secure them.
Фалы с подтягом от блока ПИ мы с собой забираем, да?
So we're going to take this block with us, correct?
Фалы, да. Фал, который был
Yes,
на TMTC,
you
мы
are
оставляем на F-образных
under
поручнях. И, может быть, его немножко растянуть. Заносить внутрь его нельзя. Он там очень долго на грязном отсеке снаружи находится.
Cable, you cannot take it inside the station. It stayed too long outside the station. Probably too contaminated. Understood?
Так, крылок бэк застрахован.
Crew log bag is secured.
Снимаю фиксацию.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. To recap activities so far associated with this Russian spacewalk by Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. The two cosmonauts opened the hatch to the Poisk module at 9:24 a.m. Central Time to begin the 9th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year. This is the 7th spacewalk for Prokopyev in his career, the 5th for Petelin. The two cosmonauts, working with great efficiency, were able to remove several different experiment packages, including a seismic experiment that had been installed on the station almost 10 years ago by Oleg Kotov and Sergei Rosansky during Expedition 38. They proceeded to jettison that seismic experiment and two of the stanchions upon which other equipment had been mounted, a total of 3 jettisons in all. That all went by the book, and the ballistics officer in Mission Control reported good trajectory on all 3 jettisons with no chance that any of those items would recontact the International Space Station. The two cosmonauts have just concluded the installation of another stanchion on handrails on the Zvezda service module, upon which other telemetry equipment will be installed a bit later in today's spacewalk. They are going to be pressing ahead to begin photo documentation of plume deflectors at the aft end of the service module, upon which the service module thrusters are located, for engineering analysis on the ground, and the removal of other experiment containers that have been housed over the course of a number of years to measure gamma ray detection activities, biological samples, and material science experiments, all of which have been mounted on the outside of the Zvezda service module. They also plan to take photos of the Lira high data rate antenna at the aft end of the service module and other areas right around the docking port at the aft end of the Zvezda service module, which currently is housing the ISS Progress 83 cargo ship.
1 and 2 to crew log bag. Okay, you can release it from the inside. Separately here, yes. Cover is going here. Yes. Cover separately. Okay, I can take care of this. Cover is secured.
Так, передатчик, да?
You're handing me the cover. Yes.
Горит так, мигает. Наши укладочки прям движения. Да. Одна прям ярко-ярко. На закатном солнце как будто бы.
Lots of illumination. Very bright.
Да, да, да. А, сильно, да.
You mean the antennas? Yes. Very bright.
А, интересно.
Curious. Very curious. Okay, I'm taking it. Artyom, shall we leave for log bag? Okay, I'm taking it. Yes, leave the crew log bag. Copy. Right here, yes. Okay, one more. This you can attach to KPU tool carrier. Copy.
где кабель лежал, прям по нему можно.
And just take care of this cable.
Пробуем включать.
Do I need to turn on? Oh, inaudible.
A good view of Dmitry Petelin working near the aft end of the Zvezda service module, 3 hours 18 minutes into today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts are securing some of the shrouds for the stanchion, upon which the newly installed stanchion or monoblock for telemetry equipment was just completed. The two cosmonauts will be moving to begin the removal of a tray of experiments for what is known as the impact experiment that measures micrometeoroid debris hits on the Russian side of the station, as well as photography that they will conduct of the plume deflectors at the very back of the service module that house the thrusters for the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Okay, you can attach.
Камеру включу на время снятия кошиков.
I will turn on the camera as I am removing the shrouds.
Следующий шаг у нас будет после того, как снимем кожухи.
Yes.
И Дима их в сторону КП будет относить. Я хотел попросить тебя, Сергей, заснять всю обстановку на этом.
You are proceeding and going towards UKP. Dima, I wanted to ask you to take a detailed video, if possible.
Прерывание немножко тебя. Слышно, Артем?
Artem, repeat, please.
Да, сейчас снимай, как снимать кожухи. И после
You remove the shrouds.
поручнях заснять надо.
And then please take a video of everything around the F-shaped handrails.
Ты в этот момент убирай УКП.
And Dima, you'll be working on UKP at that time. Understood. Will do. Now working on the wire ties.
The two cosmonauts checking out the protective shrouds around the newly installed stanchion for telemetry equipment on the Zvezda service module.
Removing the shroud now on my side. I got it. Removing shroud number 2. Yes, I can see.
Ты далеко не отворачивайся сейчас, наверное, может сразу два их крутить.
Do not move it too far away. Maybe we can just tie them together. And put in UKP.
Ты можешь, пожалуйста, с разных ракурсов немножко снять вот эти F-образные поручни?
Please take a video of
И можно
the
также
F-shaped
еще
handrails
на ГЗУ по первой плоскости.
and around them, and also KPU along plane 1. Some video, please.
Так, есть.
I got it.
Вторую заберешь? Да?
Will you take the second one? Yes.
Угу. Взял. Расфиксировался.
Okay, this is released.
У иллюминатора. Че, Андрея видно?
Andrei may be looking at us right now. We're by the window.
На УКП.
Both routes are on UKP.
Поможешь, пожалуйста, свою ЕР проверить?
Can you please check your ERCA?
Дим, тебе...
Dima, that's for you. Can you please check your ERCA? ERCA or HECA? ERCA.
РК.
Okay, checking my ERCA. The LED is not illuminated. Would you like for me to turn it on? Yes, please.
По-моему, не включается.
It doesn't seem to be turning on.
Ну, по вашей готовности мы можем приступать к переходу ГЗУ по первой плоскости.
On your go, you may proceed to the plume deflectors, GZU.
Потом не стали оставлять. Так что можно приступать к переходу.
I think this is a logical way for you to proceed now with the translation to impact and plume deflectors, GZU.
Сергей, гермоконтейнер наблюдаю на тебе, а крышка
And
защитная...
Sergey, we can see the airtight container. But where is the cover? The cover is inside the airtight container still, because it was supposed to be separate.
Принято.
Copy.
Approaching the 3.5-hour mark in today's spacewalk, the International Space Station, flying over Vancouver, British Columbia, moving from northwest to southeast on a pass that will take the complex and the Expedition 69 crew across the heartland of America. The two cosmonauts have completed the installation of protective shrouds along a stanchion that telemetry equipment will be installed on, and now will make their way back to the aft end of the service module to take pictures of plume deflectors on the thrusters of the Zvezda service module, as well as to remove a tray of experiments from what is called the impact experiment that has measured over a number of years the number of impacts from micrometeoroid debris particles and what effect engineering-wise they may have had on the structure of the International Space Station.
There was a short LOS. So I was saying, when we secure the impact to the edge of the SM aft, the head was closer to the plume deflector, GZU. I think this is how I will do it also. Copy. My feet are on the side of the vehicle. And there are no handrails on the edge, correct? Oh, I can see handrail 2713. Copy. Okay, I will start working on the impact hardware. And you can take a video around the plume deflectors and around SM aft. So you may start on that. Copy. Will do. It looks like a dirty frying pan. Well, it hasn't been washed for quite some time. Somebody made some good fries in it. Well, I retrieved the protective cover that belongs to the impact hardware. Yes, so we copy.
Да, надевай на планшет.
Okay, you can attach the hook to the tray. And by. I'm attaching.
Дим, сюжеты, я напомню, нам нужно ближние ракурсы ГЗУ,
We need the plume deflector,
ГЗУ и по тангажу, и,
both of them,
соответственно, по крену.
following the roll direction, and on the lower part of plume deflectors first.
Был короткий перерыв связи.
We had a short break in comm. Yes, indeed. We understand.
Да, по поводу сюжетов, да, ГЗУ. Причем с двух сторон желательно. Ну, может быть, если ты сейчас с той стороны...
So the plume deflectors, please try to take video from both sides.
3 hours, 34 minutes into today's spacewalk, Prokopiev and Patelin have made their way to the aft end of the Zvezda service module, where they will conduct photographic documentation of these plume deflectors for the thrusters on Zvezda that have been operating now for more than 2 decades as the centerpiece for the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Inaudible numbers for SM aft video script directions.
Sergey, and now, before you're going to be removing the container, could you please secure it with the adjustable and leave the red on the cover? Okay, sounds good.
After conducting their photographic documentation of these plume deflectors on the thrusters of the Zvezda service module, the 2 cosmonauts will be removing one tray of experiments from what is called the impact space experiment that has measured micrometeoroid debris hits on the Russian segment of the station for a number of years. They will also be removing one of the containers from what is known as the SKK, or cassette container, from the service module that has contained material science samples collecting data over a number of years. They will also be taking photos of the antenna boom upon which the Lira high data rate antenna is attached at the very aft of the service module, near the docking port to which the ISS Progress 83 cargo ship is attached.
Right. You follow these circular handrails. And when you're there, that's when you can look at the SM aft. Well, I tried, but not with much success. And you can, unintelligible, secure it there. Artyom, it is secured. Okay? Okay, got it. Removed it. Removed the impact.
Тогда
Payload.
переходи к СКК.
Okay, now you can start translating to SKK. Okay?
Running about an hour ahead of the timeline, the cosmonauts have removed one of the sample trays from the impact space experiment. Now we'll move along to do the same for a cassette container from a material science experiment that is located nearby.
All right, stand by a second. All right, maybe I should take a few images here in this location. Yes, Sergey, if you can, from this direction. Just be a little bit more attentive to the plume deflectors.
Я понимаю, но...
Я тоже, да, понимаю, просто, такая зона напряженная.
I understand. Yes, we get it. It's not a very easy area to work. It's kind of moving. Sergey?
Получается, где-то в районе СКК, да?
So, you are somewhere around SKK cassette container, right?
Вот, наблюдаем.
Yes, okay, now we see the target. And right after the target, that's where you want to be.
Но за мишень нельзя браться.
Please don't touch the target, though, just like at all. Do not touch it. Well, I'm looking for the best path here.
Принято. Не торопись, место сложное.
Well, no rush here. We know it's a complex and challenging area to work in.
Так, я зашел за антенну.
All right, I am behind the antenna.
Принято.
Copy.
За антенну, за мишень.
Okay, it's behind the target. And I see impact experiment
Сейчас у меня
and SKK container. Okay, I got caught a little bit here.
СКК, кассеты.
We see SKK
Возможно, так, чтобы
cassettes.
не задеть грузовик.
So be very careful. Do not try not to touch the progress vehicle.
принял.
Copy.
The two cosmonauts are carefully making their way at the aft end of the Zvezda service module, to which the ISS Progress 83 cargo ship is docked, as they traverse toward a package of experiments, of material science experiments that have been exposed to the elements of low Earth orbit for a number of years. There is a good view of that Progress cargo vehicle. That particular Progress is scheduled to depart the International Space Station in about 2 months, having completed its supply mission to the complex.
Dmitry, how do you copy?
Да, на связи. На связи.
We're here.
Принято.
Copy.
Вопрос как раз про СКК, Сергей.
So for SKK, Sergey,
Досягаемость оцениваешь. Возможно, будет работать с СКК.
will you be able to work there?
Не дошел до этого.
I haven't gotten that far yet. Copy.
Тим, у меня предложение.
So I have a suggestion.
Предложение есть.
It's not
Штанги ОНы.
so.
У нас до тени остается
You
19 минут.
have 19 minutes
Нам один подъем нужен не менее 5 минут.
till
То есть пока дойдешь, как раз...
orbital night. So, and one of your translation paths is not going to leave you much time.
Кони пойду, да?
So,
Да, иди кони.
Econ will be first.
Зашел Сергей. И вот где уже, может быть, не заходя внутрь
And
на торец,
maybe
дальше пройти.
you can translate a little bit further.
Наблюдать ее в таком нормальном положении. И когда подъем будет нормальный уже,
And then
начнем и съемку, и вращение штанги.
you will be able to start the imagery
И по возможности
and the
за антенной
rotation.
не браться рукой.
And if possible,
Ни
please
антенны, ни мишени. Это все
do not touch neither the target nor the antenna with your hands. Okay.
Сергей, по поводу
And
СКК,
Sergey, about
как ты
SKK,
оцениваешь досягаемость? Получится поработать с кассетой, чтобы не задеть
what do you
грузовик?
think? Will you be able to work with the cassette holder without touching the Progress? Well, I'm pretty much in front of it,
Тогда
and I'm not touching anything.
будем с ней работать.
So
Хорошо.
then that's good news. Let's work with it.
Но мы сейчас идем сначала кони, да?
Нет, ты занимайся
And
СКК. Занимайся СКК, а Дима
do you
идет
want us
кони.
to work with Econ? No, with correction. Do you want us to work with unintelligible? No, you will continue working with the SKK cassette container.
And that reference to the SKK experiment container is to the material science experiment that is housed on the exterior of the Zvezda service module that will be removed with this investigations having been completed.
Sergey, you can start your operations with SKK. And we see that you are securing it already. And my red goes to SKK. And the part that stays all right, I freed up. And I am opening the clip, and now I'm taking the tablet platform.
The cosmonauts are now in the process of removing the sample tray from the SKK experiment, this cassette container of material science investigations.
Position. And for the pressurized container, you need to make sure that the wire tie frame is in correct position, and then you will have to take out the internal part and then remove the safety. Copy. All right, the top part is free. Right, there is no handrail to follow easily there. And Dima, what's the distance? I see it. I either have to hop over Sergey. Is he secured? I am secured. I can, let me just move a little bit back and forth, and I can get over you. All right, the opening is closed. Well, I am nearby.
Закончил.
I am done.
Внутреннюю горловину закручивать.
So, Artyom, do you want me to secure?
Повтори, пожалуйста, Сергей.
Закончил с внутренней горловиной.
To secure the internal and close out the internal circumference?
И по поручням, вот по своим
yes.
поручням на торце,
And then
в сторону штанги она.
following the handrails, move towards the boom.
Расположился в районе он.
Well,
Какое у вас расстояние примерно до оны? Вы ее наблюдаете?
Positioned myself
который нам нужен.
around ONA antenna boom. Well, what's the distance to it?
Визуальный осмотр.
Unintelligible. Perform visual inspection
Посторонние элементы.
of if there are any FOD items, any loose wire ties or anything. Well, it's really hard to tell right now. We need to stand by till we get out, because right now I have the sun hitting me straight in the face.
Ну, тогда включайте глиссеры.
All right, then turn on your glisser cameras once you're ready.
Начинаем видеосъемку.
And start video recording, and once you do that, we will start the rotation.
Я еще не готов.
I'm not ready yet.
The two cosmonauts are in the process of wrapping up the removal of a tray of experiments from the impact and material science experiment containers. That's all complete. They're in the process of continuing to take photos of the aft end of the Zvezda service module and are about to take photos of the interface of a boom that holds the Lira antenna, the high data rate and high telemetry television antenna at the aft end of the Zvezda service module. As we approach the 4-hour mark in the spacewalk, the crew continuing to run about an hour ahead of the timeline.
And please take pictures and video on from as many angles as possible, and then you start the rotation and record how the rotation is happening. Okay, ready? Me too. And when the rotation starts, make sure you are holding as tight and without any extra movement as possible. Rotation is about to start. We are ready. Сергей,
на предмет посторонних каких-то элементов.
What about FOD items or any loose items? Have you inspected it as well? We have, and we confirm that rotation has started. We're asking because, and we're asking about FOD or any loose items, anything strange there, because Dima said that he could not see it because of the sun. Well, are you seeing anything strange? No, not. The rotation is very smooth. Copy.
Время ВКД 4 часа
Right.
ровно.
PT is 4 hours exact sharp. Okay?
Еще 3 часа на помывку окон, нормально.
Well, if we spend another 3 hours just cleaning the windows, that's going to be just fine.
Продолжается вращение.
All right, the rotation continues. Copy.
Шесть минут у нас наступит тень.
Да, вот у меня уже тут тень от корабля.
So 6 minutes till
Принято.
orbital night. Copy. And I see that the shadow of the progress vehicle is increasing. So we are ready.
У нас начнется вращение в обратную сторону.
All right, the rotation in the other direction is about to start. Oh, we see that.
Принято.
Copy.
Пойдет в обратную, да.
And it's about to start moving.
Есть вращение.
We confirm rotation. Copy.
Just over 4 hours into the spacewalk by Prokopiev and Patelin, the cosmonauts taking high-resolution imagery of the boom upon which the Lira high data rate antenna at the aft end of the Zvezda service module resides.
Under your left hand, there is some sort of a ribbon.
Да.
Yes.
Лента, которая
There is a ribbon that is holding the MLI together. Well, and it's torn, I think. Well, one end is longer than the other.
Almost tень. Только под светом фонарей.
We can only see it under the lights when we shine the light on it. Can you take a detailed image of this ribbon, please?
Ребят, у нас через 2,5-3 минуты.
Guys, in about 2.5 or 3 minutes, there's going to be an LOS for about 10 minutes.
Появляться будет связь, но она в целом не
There will be a Redicom only, and we're not going to have JSS coverage during that time frame, so there will be an independent time frame, so to speak. And so right now you're going to complete your video recording and start translating back along the handrails. Try to follow the same path, translation path that you used to arrive here. I think when you get to the last handrail, that comm will be available. But when you get to the last handrail, please stand by and wait for my go. Okay, copy all. Okay, we're going to wrap up our video recording. Wrap up the recording using Glisser. Oh, that will. Well, we're not going to take the video of the rest of the parts at the edge. What you have not taken a video of, so along plane 4 until number 1, until plane 1, finish up with the video recording, also add it to the recording objects. Okay, we'll try. Speaking simultaneously. So we're going. We're ahead of the timeline. So we're going to. If we don't spend too much time on that end, then we should be fine. Okay, sounds good. Should we wait for the insulated part of the orbit to take a video? Well, we're not going to be able to clean the window if you wait for the insulated part of the orbit. And we're actually, any second now, we're going to end up without any calm. Okay, I understand. Okay, we're going to take a video as we go. As you're translating along the path, walking by, do additional video recording. Don't spend too much time on it. Use GoPro. It should be sufficient. The video isn't too bad, so there should be enough lighting for that. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so start translating. Okay, copy. I'm also going to take another video on top of the high gain antenna, Ona. And then you go ahead and start translating and I will follow. Okay, sounds good.
The instructions from Russian flight controllers to Prokopiev and Petelin as they wrap up the documentation of the antenna boom upon which the Lira high gain transmission and telemetry antenna resides at the aft end of the Zvezda service module. That documentation has now been completed, and the two cosmonauts will start to make their way back from the aft end of the service module toward the forward end of the service module in the Russian segment of the space station, carrying the materials science cassette container and the impact experiment sample container back to the Poisk airlock with them. We're 4 hours, 13 minutes into today's spacewalk. Everything has gone ahead of the timeline, with all of the objectives so far having been accomplished.
There's right now this particular ribbon is broken. It used to cinch up the MLI. So right now we stopped the high gain antenna rotation. So you need to go and start translating away from that location. Okay, copy, and we're going to take video as we go along the translation path. Thank you. Copy. Dmitry, are you going to start translating above, or are you going to be translating along my handrails? Yes, I'm going to translate over here on top.
During the course of today's spacewalk, the two cosmonauts jettisoned a decade-old seismic detection experiment called seismoprognos, as well as two stanchions that held telemetry equipment. One more jettison is planned, that of several towels that could occur within the next few minutes. That will wrap up all of the jettison work during the course of this spacewalk. The 266th in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades, and the 9th spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station this year. And we've gone into a handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system for about 8 to 9 minutes or so. Just to recap, 4 hours, 18 minutes into the spacewalk, Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin have been able to remove a number of scientific investigations bolted to the hull and handrails of the Zvezda service module, as well as the installation of high data rate transmission hardware for future use. With all of the activities associated with this spacewalk having gone well so far, the two cosmonauts are making their way back from the aft end of the service module, where they took engineering photography and high digital imagery of the boom upon which the Lira high data rate antenna is mounted at the very aft end of the service module, as well as photography of plume detectors for the thrusters on the aft end of the service module that provide propulsive capability for the International Space Station. Again, we're in a period of loss of communications from the International Space Station. We'll reacquire communications and a downlink TV capability just a few minutes from now. As today's spacewalk continues, Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin making their way back from the aft end of the Zvezda service module to the forward end of the service module to take up the remaining activities for today's excursion, which will be the stowage of experiments in containers that will be brought back inside the International Space Station, and one final task, the removal of a biological sample container for an experiment called BioRisk that is located near the hatch to the Poisk module airlock. And as we approach the 4.5-hour mark in today's spacewalk, we're standing by for the reacquisition of signal on our tracking and data relay satellite system, continuing our coverage of Russian Spacewalk 59, the 266th spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades.
Дмитрий, как меня слышно?
Dmitry, how do you hear me? We read you loud and clear.
Все, перерыв связи закончился.
The LOS is over. How are you doing? What stage are you at? We are on different handrails.
F-образных поручнях подходит. Понял. Дима, ты?
I think we're on the circular handrails. I am near UKP, crew of bag.
Принято.
Copy.
Принято. Ну, мы идем с небольшим опережением.
Well, we're a little bit ahead of the timeline.
Приступать будем к очистке иллюминатора.
Okay, let's start cleaning the window.
Соответственно,
So accordingly,
что нам надо сделать?
what you need to
Надо
do,
застраховать на
you need to
small на свой приспособление.
you need to secure small ledge and take it out on your
На поручнях
waist under, and then you need to hold on with one hand on ORMD handrail, and then reach out, and the same way as we discussed it, one of you is going to hold on to ORMD and clean the window with the other hand, and the second EV crew member is going to hold on to the first crew member's back. So who has longer arms? What do you think? Then one of you who has longer arms should be the one cleaning the window. Well, who has longer arms? I wanted to ask something. It's kind of dark. We're not going to have an insulated part of the orbiter for 14 minutes. By the time you arrive there, it should be light. You need to position yourself, take photographs of the window before and after. Okay, understand.
У нас также появилась видеокартинка.
We also have the video. Okay, sounds good. So I need to secure myself. Inaudible.
4.5 hours into the spacewalk, Prokopiev and Petelin now are working on what amounts to a get-ahead task, the cleaning of the external surface of one of the Zvezda service module windows.
So should we put it in the crew bag. Let's not put it in the crew bag.
Может быть, к УКП.
So leave it on UKP.
Все на УКП.
Okay, leave everything on UKP.
Так, расфиксировал устройство для чистки.
I have released for the cleaning. Copy.
Once the cleaning of the external surface of this service module window is complete, the two cosmonauts will perform a visual inspection of their respective spacesuits, and they'll wipe their gloves and other equipment that they've been working with towels. They plan to jettison those towels at some point here in the next few minutes, and that will put them in the home stretch of today's activities, with one more task to be completed, that the removal of a biological sample experiment package near the hatch to the Poisk module airlock.
So we're going to translate their together. I removed the item into the UKP.
Так, Дима, осторожно, ты сейчас прям под Икарус.
Be careful. Go to the edge so you don't snag onto your cars. Make sure you fit through.
All right, so I'm trying to get through, right? All right. This is how we got here. All right, so move further, right? I think we'll fit. But the backpack is too fat. Let me try. Maybe we'll get through. For now, you are fitting through. All right, let's try.
Можешь, пожалуйста, за разные поручни зафиксировать карабины?
So, could you please secure yourself to different handrails? Of course. All right, that's a circular handrail. Unintelligible. Not a very well-designed structure. They didn't think about the cosmonauts. Is Andre there anywhere? Andre, do you hear us?
Мы его позовем.
Hold on, let us get Andre over. Yeah, because we are pretty close to our target. Get to the left window.
У нас меньше 3 минут.
Oh, less than 3 minutes to the installation. Copy.
The reference to the 3 minutes until installation refers to orbital sunrise for the International Space Station and the Expedition 69 crew as the work continues outside by Prokopiev and Patelin. At this point, the cosmonauts removed a seismic detection experiment from the Zvezda service module that had operated for almost a decade outside. They jettisoned that equipment along with a stanchion. Also removed 2 other stanchions that telemetry equipment were mounted on, and installed a high data transmission radio hardware package to improve the rate of transmission of telemetry and other data associated with experiments on the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do anything. Dima, could you help Sergey grab his tether? Hold on. Take that and lower it. Are you lowering it?
The two cosmonauts also experiment trays from a micrometeoroid debris impact experiment and a material science sample experiment package.
I'm not there anymore.
And took detailed photography at the aft end of the Zvezda service module of a number of components, including plume deflectors for the thrusters at the aft end of the service module, as well as the antenna boom on which the Lira high data rate antenna is mounted.
Unintelligible.
Чуть ниже спускайся, или нормально? Ну я сейчас спущусь,
Ну, тогда кто в итоге будет чистить, а кто будет придерживать?
The crew in Moscow are unintelligible due to a lot of interference.
Я думаю, одно Сергей, одно я, одно Сергей. Нет, у тебя хорошо.
Принято.
Положение хорошее. Как моргают блюзки на солнце. Так, ну давай, начнем потихонечку.
Slowly. Well, first, turn on your glycers. So, video the state before and then after. Literally no more than 5 or 10 seconds. And then we'll see whether the status improves after you clean the windows.
Я напоминаю, первым делом ставим очиститель в центр иллюминатора и круговыми движениями.
All right, so okay, you start cleaning it, moving along the perimeter in circular motions starting from the sides, going to the center.
Если по-другому, то там могут остаться разводы и полоски.
Because if you do that the other way, you will end up possibly with streaks and on the windows. All right. So it's a spiral movement? Yes, spiral movement. Okay. Spiral movement. I'm not going to turn off the glycer then. Right.
Прижать надо, да? Если есть такая возможность. Так, итак, извлекаю.
All right. All right, I am getting that first cleaner out.
Просто тупо отлетаешь. Когда отлетаешь, да?
All right, secure it somewhere like this here.
Достал.
All right, I got it.
Первый очиститель.
All right, we have it.
Итак, от центра.
All right, away from the center.
Полетел, да? Полетел.
All right.
Сергей, надо плотнее прижимать.
Sergey, press harder. You actually need to put some effort.
Лучше глиссер зафиксируем на пульте.
Secure the glitch
Sergei Prokopiev
platform
now
and
cleaning
go
one
at
of the
it with
windows
one hand.
on the Zvezda service module. Inside, fellow cosmonaut
Right?
Andrei Fedyayev recording those activities from the inside out.
All right.
Так,
Andre, are you with us? If you are, we would like him to see the process.
чистится.
It's working.
Принято. Там как очиститель уже.
All right, Dima, how is it?
Это на нем.
Dima, did you copy? Well, when I touch the metal parts, unintelligible. To the center, unintelligible.
Принято. Ну, то есть надо... Можно еще раз пройти?
All right, can you go over it one more time? For good measure.
As Prokopiev works to clean this window on the exterior of the Zvezda service module, the International Space Station has flown into an orbital sunrise north of Japan,
All right.
crossing the northern Pacific.
We're trying to work with, like, maybe to hit it with a flashlight and see, and look at it from different angles to make sure that we have it clean. And the circular motion. Let me try. Andre. Yeah, it's kind of... I haven't touched it yet. Clean up here. It will be a little bit better from here. All right. I wiped it down like first go, and we can change out the tip and try it one more time. Sergey, should we do it one more time? I think it'll do. Moscow. All right, it's gotten better. We have a second tip that we can use. Let me try from one more time from here. Okay. Something like that. Maybe it'll work. Andrei, what'd you say? Well, from the look of it, it's not bad. Can you try and like put a little bit more force behind it? The biggest streaks are gone, but there are still some left. All right, I have removed the second cleaner. Maybe we should take pictures a little bit later. Before and after. Take some more pictures there, and you should start heading towards MRM. All right. Pictures of the window. Copy. All right, guys, we are done with pictures. Head out back to MRM and the handrail. Also, Glisser, leave it on for a little bit more time so that we capture the batteries, solar arrays. Leave it going. Okay.
As we approach the 5-hour mark in the spacewalk, Dmitry Petelin has wrapped up the cleaning of the external surface of one of the windows on the Zvezda service module. The two cosmonauts continuing to make good time along all of their tasks. On the timeline for today's activities, the removal of a seismic detection experiment, the removal of several stanchions on the exterior of the service module that held other transmission hardware. They did install a high data rate transmission radio hardware package and removed experiment trays from a micrometeoroid impact hit experiment and a material science samples experiment. The two cosmonauts also took extensive photographic documentation of the aft end of the Zvezda service module, including thruster plume deflectors and the antenna boom on which the Lira high data rate antenna is mounted. And now, having completed the cleaning of one of the windows on the service module, they're going to head back toward the Poisk airlock, where they will remove a biological sample experiment package before presumably completing their spacewalk for today.
There is a soft handrail, long one, orange. Okay. And I'm moving all right here. I am passing by you. Got it? Got it. All right. Use the soft handrail. Okay. PET is 5 hours exactly. Copy. Grab the crew lock bag and UKP with all the tools and everything, the container, the protective covers, secure to the circular handrails, and start your suit inspection. Sounds good. What do you want? The crew lock bag or UKP? Well, you can turn the crew lock bag. All right, let me grab it.
Well,
I'm thinking that both kits can be secured with hooks to you guys. Okay. Standing by. And the second one. Sergey, don't go to plane 2 yet. We just want to be able to jettison the towel. So position yourself across each other and check out your suits, gloves, and the impact.
All right.
Copy. Well, we didn't do anything crazy. Well, my gloves are looking good. Something greenish is on the boots, but it was there before we went to on our. We went there. Well, guys, inspect it a little bit more attentively, please. Maybe OTAs, maybe some cloth elements. Just maybe a little bit more than we had. Maybe it's a little bit dirtier than before, but nothing crazy. The backs are probably clean, but elbows. Let me check. The boots are, the legs are clean. The backpack, I think it's cleanish. Not too bad. All good. All right. Well, let us wipe down the gloves and use the towels. We'll use the towels and in the handrail of the impact needs to be also wiped down. So use the gloves, use the towels, correction.
As the International Space Station approaches the west coast of the United States, Dmitry Petelin and Sergei Prokopiev are conducting what for U.S. spacewalks is called the buddy system, inspecting each other's suits, wiping down the suits to ensure that they're not going to bring any contamination back inside the space station at the completion of today's spacewalk, which is now 5 hours, 6 minutes in duration.
Well, the handrails look like they have smoke residue on them. Looks like a frying pan with the smoke residue. They also look oily, but I don't think it's actually oily. I removed one towel. So should I be going there first? Okay. Now, should I be wiping down? Yes, go ahead. Okay, the handrail? Yes, go ahead on the handrail. Oh, I think I've done as much as I could. I'm done. I'm done. I completed the handrail cleaning. Copy.
And a good view of the Expedition 69 commander, Sergei Prokopiev, in the home stretch of the 7th spacewalk of his career.
Yes. It's on my gloves.
Дима, давай свежим полотенцем вытришь руки.
Could you use a fresh towel, please, and clean number 3? Yes, would be great if you use a fresh towel. Okay, copy.
А это полотенце можно оттолкнуть тогда сразу.
And this one you can, and this towel you can jettison right away. You can give it to me.
Давай. Взял. Себе возьму. Так. Теперь тебе надо другую.
So you need to grab with the other hand.
Только при отталкивании просьба снять проволочные фиксаторы и без них отталкивать.
When you jettison it, please remove the wire ties and jettison the towel without wire ties. Okay, copy.
Какие-то следы на полотенце остались.
Well, there are some hooks still remaining on the towel.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, протер.
So I wiped it down.
Втором скафандре также. Зеркала можно.
Ребят, и просьба, если получится у вас скомкать
So if you're able to bunch up those two towels into one bundle with one bundle without the wire, so you can probably wrap it on top.
Я вот завязал вот так.
I finished tying it.
Ну, одно полотенце поверх другого.
You can wrap one towel on top of the other. It's just so that they're going to separate from the station as one single object.
5 hours, 15 minutes into the spacewalk, instructions being given to the cosmonauts to bundle these two towels that they wiped their gloves and their suits down with into one package, basically, that they will wire tie together so that when it is jettisoned, it will consist of only a single object to be tracked. The jettison, like the other items jettisoned earlier in today's spacewalk, will be done so retrograde to the station to avoid any potential for recontact with the International Space Station.
Difficult to achieve without a wire tie, particularly since we're wearing gloves.
Ну, вы сильно не забивайте руки, как получилось, так и не нужно, чтобы этот объект
don't overtire your arms. It doesn't have to be.
Сжали, как снежочек.
Well, if you can compress it together like a snowball, then you can push it off. I don't know. I don't even know what to do. Well, let's try it this way. We need to remove it from the wire tie. Well, if it doesn't work, pushing it off without a wire tie, then use one wire tie. Don't overburden your hands. Don't overtire your hands trying to compress those two towels.
Я просто хотел проволочный фиксатор сэкономить, но...
I just wanted to save a wire tie, but if it's not going to work, then so be it. So yeah, if it's a matter of a